Good evening, everyone. We're tracking some severe weather across the southwestern portions of the state this evening. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now across the southwestern portions of the state. A closer look at this storm, and you can see that we do have a tornado warning here in effect for portions of Finney and Kearney counties here. Let me get the details on this here. This tornado confirmed on the ground 12 miles north of Lakin, moving to the east at 10 miles per hour. Weather spotters are going to have confirmed this tornado on the ground there. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the latest. Give me just a moment to adjust some of our things here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rotation within this storm and see what's going on at this point in time. And you can see that it's going to be there across the just northwest of Wolf, pushing off to the east-southeast. Again, this has just come into us within the past few moments, so allow me just a moment to get everything pulled up. But again, you can see how we have a good notch on this storm here. They're just northwest of Wolf, getting ready to push into Finney County at this point in time. Again, that continues to push off to the south and east. So you do need to be taking your tornado precautions at this point in time. Again, lowest level of your home as possible. A basement is going to be the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, you need to get, again, to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. Again, this is not just Doppler radar indicated. This has been confirmed on the ground by trained spotters right now. So you can see where we have the best area of rotation there, just northwest of Wolf. We've got this inflow notch coming into the storm, and this is going to be our most likely location of this tornado as it continues to push off to the east-southeast. Sorry here, having to step off the screen. My clicker is not wanting to connect, so I can't control the radar from the green screen at this point in time. So let's go ahead and take a look at this right now, but let me go ahead and see if I can switch on over here. Let's take a statewide view real quick and show you what's happening. That small cluster of storms there across southwest into west central Kansas. Again, it's actually in the middle of posting our severe weather outlook until this came up, so that's why it took a moment to break in. But again, we do have a tornado confirmed on the ground by train spotters northwest of Wolf in Finney County, in the northeastern portion of Kearney County at this point in time. Again, we've been watching the cell carefully, though, here behind the scenes over the past little while, watching for its rotation that it has been showing on radar. But again, this is a tornado warning that is in effect. This goes here. Excuse me a moment here. Our computer's bugging out here. Till 9 p.m. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground. Tornado warning remains in effect till 9 p.m. It's a slow mover moving to the east at only 10 miles per hour right now, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on things. But again, the latest report, let me see if I can actually go ahead and overlay our reports. This is where the tornado was reported at around 7:21, 12 miles north of Lakin. So it has been a little while since it has been confirmed. In fact, take a look at the updated scan of the radar here, and the rotation doesn't look quite as good as it was earlier. So we're going to go ahead and continue the tornado warning here for the next 20 minutes, but areas like Wolf, north and northwest of Holcomb, you need to be taking your shelters at this point in time. It does look like the good news is that it's affecting mainly the rural areas now into Finney County. In fact, an update on the warning was just issued. It does remain in effect for west central Finney and eastern Kearney counties until 9 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now 6 miles north of Deerfield, moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour. So again, we haven't had any confirmed reports of this tornado on the ground within the past about 15 minutes or so, but we're going to continue to keep a close eye on it as this storm continues to push off to the east. We have no active watches in place at this point in time. It's just that little cluster of storms that we're watching there across the southwestern portions of the state moving eastward. Also looking at a hail threat there. The more significant activity is off to our north into Nebraska and Iowa. This all continues to move off to the east-southeast, and that's likely going to begin to push in here to portions of northern and northeastern Kansas here as we head on through the next few hours, with a threat for some significant damaging wind gusts, very large hail, and perhaps some isolated tornadoes within that line. But again, at this point, our immediate threat and concern is going to be there across the southwestern portions of the state, where we do continue with that tornado warning again until 9 p.m. We also do have a severe thunderstorm warning to the west of this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Finney, northeastern Hamilton County, and Kearney County until 8:45 Central Time. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail going to be possible with that storm. Again, you can see all of this moving off to the east. So if you're in Garden City, you're not yet within a tornado warning. And again, the rotation here over the past little while looks to have weakened from what we were seeing earlier. But there still is enough there at this point that we're going to go ahead and continue with this tornado warning, and you do need to remain in your tornado shelter at this point in time. Wolf, you're still included within this tornado warning, but other than that, it does look like it's mainly the rural areas there of both of these counties. So again, let's go ahead and take a look at the latest here statewide and show you what's happening. Not much going on beside that. So again, we're going to continue to track things. Allow me a moment, since it's affecting mainly the rural portions of the county, take a quick break here, and we'll turn on the coverage here momentarily. Good evening. We do continue to track severe weather this evening across the southwestern portions of the state. Right now, it's just an isolated little cluster of storms that we're tracking just northwest of Garden City at this point in time. I'll go ahead and give you an update here after taking a look at some of the things behind the scenes. Let's take a little bit closer of a look at this cluster of storms that is northwest of Garden City right now. We do continue with a tornado warning here. Let me get the details on that. In fact, we just now got in a new tornado warning for Finney County until 9:30. So let's go ahead and take a little bit closer look at these storms across southwestern Kansas. And here's a look. Let's go ahead and back out the view and kind of give you a perspective as to where we are right now. We're in the southwestern portion of the state. And as we take a closer look here, northwest of Garden City right now, is where we do have the tornado warning, and like I said, a new tornado warning has just been issued, so we'll allow that to pop up here in just a moment. Let me go ahead and get the details on the new tornado warning, if that is coming through here. But a new tornado warning for Finney County until 9:30 at 8:44. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 5 miles north of Holcomb, moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. It looks like it's affecting mainly the rural portions of Finney County right now at this point in time. So we are continuing to track this right now live here for you, and you can see that we do have this earlier tornado warning that does remain in effect here until 9 o'clock. It includes areas just north of Wolf. Let me go ahead and take a look at the rotation within this storm now, and as we do look at it, it's going to be somewhere within this region that we're looking at the most likely location of this possible tornado. There's that new tornado warning there just popping up there for you on your screen right now. So it does look like it's somewhere within this region. We have the radar site off to our south and east, the lower right-hand corner of your screen down in Dodge City. We have the green colors coming in toward the radar in Dodge City. The red color is going away from it, and that's where we get that counterclockwise circulation and the possible tornado there moving off to the east at around 30 miles per hour. So it does look like it's going to remain the threat for this tornado just north of Garden City, and it does look like the threat is now east of the town of Wolf. So it does look like it's affecting now mainly the rural portions of County. continue to track some severe weather across the southwestern portions of the state this evening. Let's go ahead and take a look at things now across southwestern Kansas. A statewide view real quick and show you what's happening. We have a cluster of storms across the southwestern portions of the state right now, and we do have one tornado warning that is continuing for the central portions of Finney County. We have not had any confirmed tornado report here within the past hour or so, but Doppler radar does continue to indicate that we could be looking at a potential tornado north of Garden City in the rural portions of Finney County. But looking at the rotation at this point and earlier behind the scenes, it doesn't look like we're really looking at that big of a threat at this point. But the tornado warning does remain in effect. Let me go ahead and get the latest information on that tornado warning there for you. It does remain in effect until 9:30 for central Finney County. Again, it does look like that the main threat now is going to be more of some damaging winds and some hail, which is why a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. That large yellow polygon is a severe thunderstorm warning for Finney County, northern Gray, northern Haskell, and east central Kearney counties until 9:45. This cluster of storms is moving to the east at 40 miles per hour and is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail as it continues to push off to the east here this evening. So we can take a look at sort of the hail cores within this. Wherever you see that shades of white is where we may expect some of the greater hail threat, and that's going to be there where you see here on radar the shades of pink and white is where we're going to be expecting the greatest threat for some hail. And again, the tornado warning does remain in effect here for another 20 minutes. Let's go ahead and take a little bit closer of a look at it. And you can see sort of this notch here northeast of Garden City. If you take a look at the rotation within this storm, it's not overly impressive, but there is still some very weak, brief rotation there that we are going to continue. The National Weather Service in Dodge City, that is going to continue the tornado warning there until 9:30. But again, we'll continue to keep an eye on that, but we have not had a report of any tornadoes on the ground here within the past 45 minutes or so. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And as we sort of back out the view and kind of show you what's happening more with this cluster of storms, you can see it stretches all the way up toward Nest City and down southwest, even some more activity going on down towards Syracuse. Further to the northeast here, we do have a additional severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for north central Hodgman and Ness counties until 9:45. Severe thunderstorm moving to the east at 45 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Tornado warning has just been canceled for Finney County, so there is no longer a tornado threat with this storm. Again, as I continue to mention there, the rotation has weakened, and we haven't had any reports of a tornado within the past little while, but you can see the icon here. That's where the tornado warning, or that's where the tornado was reported earlier at 8:21 Central Time, 12 miles north of Lakin by a trained spotter. So that is what prompted the initial warning, and it has moved eastward here into Finney County, but again, the rotation has weakened and no longer poses any threat for tornadoes. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it. Let's take a statewide view, and you can see that's that little cluster of storms that we're tracking moving eastward. Through the next few hours, it could continue to pose a threat for some large hail damage winds, and again, as we saw here, an isolated brief tornado. Now, if you take a look at the main activity up here toward Nebraska and Iowa and put it all into motion for you, you can see it's moving southeastward. That could clip the far northeastern portions of Kansas here within the next couple of hours, potentially affecting the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area. Enhanced damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour or more, as well as an isolated risk for a tornado, as well as some very large hail as well. Over 2 inches in diameter are going to be possible there. We'll monitor northeast Kansas for the potential of the extension of the current tornado watches in effect further to the north, or perhaps a new watch altogether. We'll keep an eye on that and let you know what happens there, as well as with this activity here across the southwestern and even now into portions of north central Kansas. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders will continue to keep you updated. continue to track some severe weather across the southwest into central portions of Kansas. Let's take a look at the radar up to the current time. I do want to mention, too, that we have a new tornado watch that has been issued across far northeastern Kansas. It has been issued to include, let me find the counties here. It does include Brown, Jackson, Marshall, and Nemaha counties. That goes until 1 a.m. Central Time. We'll take a look at that more here in just a moment. Let's first take a look at the storms that are affecting southwest Kansas right now. And if we do take a look, we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll start out with the one that's closest to Garden City right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Finney and northern Gray counties. The storm is moving off to the east at 50 miles per hour and is going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and some 60 mile per hour winds as it continues its eastward movement through Pierceville, Calvesta areas, even Garden City right now, all under the gun for that. In fact, the public just estimated wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour within the town of Garden City. Also had some quarter-size hail reported, and in the northern portion of the town we had some golf ball-sized hail. So this storm is going to be capable of some of that large hail and damaging winds as it continues to push off to the east here over the next little while. Let's back out and take a look at the other storm farther off to the north and east. Another severe thunderstorm warning here. This is from northern Pawnee and southern Rush counties until 10:15. Storm moving to the east at 35 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Not looking at a hail threat with that storm as it moves off to the east. So Rush Center, Nakoma, Alexander, all of those locations could be looking at the threat for some gusty winds, 50 to perhaps 60 miles per hour. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. Statewide view shows that we are looking at a little bit of backbuilding of this activity further south and southwest of Garden City. We'll see if that does intensify later on tonight. The big activity has been through much of the day across Nebraska, Iowa, now into portions of northern Missouri. This is, as you can see, moving off to the south and east, and it's on a track to move through extreme northeastern Kansas, potentially affecting the Kansas City metro area, which is why a new tornado watch has been issued for portions of northeast Kansas. You can see that red outlined area. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of extension or a severe thunderstorm watch or just some watch of some sorts issued later on, including Kansas City and portions of northeastern Kansas here later on tonight. But I think they're going to wait until that line gets a little bit closer to do so. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. But again, that new tornado watch, including far northeast Kansas, goes until 1 a.m. Central Time. Scattered chance for some hail up to 3 inches in diameter. That's a little bit larger than baseball size, as well as some damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. And I can't quite rule out some isolated tornadoes within this line as it continues to push off to the south and east. We're not expecting a watch across southwestern Kansas with this activity. It's just too isolated to warrant any sort of watch, and it looks like it may be weakening here as we head on into the next into the next few hours, I should say. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on all of this activity and put it into motion for you. You can see that activity there across southwest Kansas continues to push eastward, and this big line of storms getting ready to move into northeast Kansas. We'll continue to track it carefully. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the southwestern portion of the state, actually pushing into central Kansas here, at least the front portion of this cluster of storms across southwest Kansas as we take a look at it right now. Let's take a little more detailed look at it right now with a high-resolution version of Storm View radar. Again, you can see the front portion that I was talking about here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. That goes until 10:15. Severe thunderstorm moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that's going to be affecting the northern portions of Pawnee and southern Rush counties between now and 10:15. We actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued here. That goes until 10:30. A severe thunderstorm located 14 miles north of Jetmore is moving to the east at 15 miles per hour and is going to be capable of some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, so we're tracking that. But you can see, not really seeing a whole lots of shades of pink in the radar. That means we're not getting, not really looking at as much of a hail threat with these storms. Just going to be some damaging outflow winds possible. Again, 60 to 70 miles per hour possible with those portions of this cluster of storms. We have a couple warnings in effect. The one that's actually in effect right now is this one right here, this larger polygon. This one's expiring here at 9:45, and this warning actually replaces that warning. So let's take a look at it. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 10:15 for Finney County, northwestern Ford, Gray, northern Haskell, and northwestern Hodgman counties till 10:15. 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail possible with that storm as it continues to push off to the east at around 30 miles per hour. And you can see that easterly motion here. As we put it into motion on the radar for you, it's continuing to move off to the east. Could be looking at some gusty winds, maybe affecting the northern portions of Dodge City here within the next hour or so. Jetmore, Spearville, Kinsley, Garfield, all the way toward Larned and Pawnee Rock. We're going to have to continue to keep an eye on things, and potentially toward Great Bend here in the next couple of hours. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. Let's take a statewide view and show you what's happening right now. That's that little cluster that we're tracking. You can see it is continuing to back build a little bit across the southwestern portions of the state. In fact, just getting in some lightning strikes there with the far western cell that's continuing to back build. We'll continue to monitor that activity, but as we take a look here to southeast Nebraska, northern Missouri, southern Iowa, this line of storms continues to push off to the southeast and is likely going to be moving into the northeastern portions of Kansas here within the next little while, posing a threat for some very damaging winds, large hail, perhaps an isolated tornado or two. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things, and right now our only active watch is a tornado watch that has been issued a short time ago for 4 counties in northeast Kansas: Marshall, Nemaha, Brown, and Jackson counties under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. Central Time. We'll continue to monitor the latest and keep you updated right here on SiriusWX.net. Be sure and follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/SiriusWeather and on Twitter at SiriusWX for the latest coverage as well. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. Continue to keep you updated. Good evening. We continue to track some severe weather across the southwestern and central portions of the state right now. Tornado watch has been extended into portions of northeast Kansas. We've got a lot going on. Been having to update the watch map. A lot's happening here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest. Let's start out in northeast Kansas and show you what's about to go down. We have a line of storms moving southeastward out of southeast Nebraska, northwest Missouri, getting ready to move into northeastern Kansas. There is a tornado warning in southeastern Nebraska if the storm's rotation does keep up. That is on track to move into northeast Kansas, potentially into Nemaha and maybe portions of Marshall County. So we're going to keep an eye on that carefully. So if you're in those counties, maybe about to head off to bed, do you have a way to get warnings or stay up for the next little while? Because there is a potential that we could be seeing some of that moving in here over the next about half hour to hour or so. So keep an eye on it here. We have the new tornado watch that has been expanded. It now includes the Kansas City metro area. This goes until 1 a.m. The potential does exist for damaging winds, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour. Some large hail as well, up to 2 inches in diameter. And we can't rule out some tornadoes. There is still the potential here that they could be on the strong side. So that's why I'm saying you need a way to get the latest warnings overnight tonight via battery-powered NOAA weather radio, or sign up for mobile text alerts from your local television station. They normally have a way to sign up for the latest warnings. Do not rely on tornado sirens tonight. Again, as you can see, this line of storms continues to push off the southeast, going to be affecting northeast Kansas here over the next few hours, probably within this 10 o'clock hour and continuing to around 1 or 2 a.m. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Southwest Kansas, we're tracking a cluster of severe storms. These are not tornado warned, but we are watching some gusty winds and some hail with these storms as it continues to move off to the east right now. The strongest storm looks to be in terms of hail potential off in the western portion of this line. So let's go ahead and get the latest information on this warning right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here for the northwestern portions of Ford County, eastern Finney County, and Gray County, as well as southwestern Hodgman counties until 10:15. Severe thunderstorm near Charleston, moving off to the southeast at 45 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some half-dollar size hail. As we move up a little bit further east in the line, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning for Hodgman and Ness counties till 10:30. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible there as that storm moves off to the north and east. We have let's take a look at the southernmost severe thunderstorm warning for Pawnee, Rush, and northern Stafford counties until 10:45. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm there. And then that looks like that actually replaces this previous warning that we do see in effect there right now. We had some statement come in here from the National Weather Service. I want to read it here. Let's see. That's going to take a moment to load. Okay, so we were tracking some of these collapsing storms. Let me head back over to this other version of the radar. Put this into motion. You can see we did have some storms moving there toward the Hayes area, and they did fall apart. I know Brooks was mentioning that we had some gusty winds in the Hayes area right now, and in fact it looks like maybe some sort of a little heat burst going on. In fact, taking a look at observations right now at the surface, it's 91 degrees in Hayes right now, so there may be a little bit of a heat burst going on there. Gusty winds have picked up. It's 91 in Hayes right now compared to the low to mid 80s surrounding that. So that potential for some gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, is going to spread eastward through probably the Ellis County area and into portions of Russell and Barton counties over the next little while. So while there is no severe thunderstorm in some of those immediate vicinities, there could be the gusty winds up to 40 to 50 miles per hour, as well as perhaps some rising temperatures there into the 90s there. So a possible little heat burst going on. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that as well. So again, tracking the line of storms in northeast Kansas, or about to move into northeast Kansas, I should say. And then we're also tracking these cluster storms across southwest Kansas. We'll be here tracking it all night long right here on SiriusWX.net. Keep it right here. We'll continue to keep you updated. evening, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here. In the Cirrus Weather Lab, we have a tornado warning. As I mentioned earlier, we're tracking that line of storms moving out of southeastern Nebraska with the tornado warning. It has now moved into Kansas. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar picture now up to the current time, and we'll get you the details on that tornado warning. I'm going to see if I can let me go ahead and switch on over here. That's going to be the Topeka radar site, so allow me a moment to switch on over to that. We do have a tornado warning that has been issued there. That is in effect for northwestern Brown County, northeastern Marshall County, and northern Nemaha County until 10:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles east of Summerfield, moving to the southeast quickly at 50 miles per hour. There's also a threat for some tennis ball size hail with this storm as it pushes off to the south and east. Let's take a look at the rotation within the storm, and it is quite impressive. We actually have a well-defined area of rotation here. Our radar site down to the south in Topeka, and as we take a look and kind of dissect this here for you, let's get a little bit closer of a look. We get the greens coming in toward the radar in Topeka, and the reds going away from it, and that's where we get our counterclockwise circulation and that tornado there. Possibility of that tornado, it is west of Du Bois, and in fact just now crossing the Kansas-Nebraska state line into far northeastern Kansas. So again, this is a fairly strong rotation signature, and it pushing off to the south and east towards St. Benedict and Bern. So if you're in those locations, you need to be taking shelter. Seneca, Oneida, Sabetha as well. Also need to be taking your tornado precautions because this is a fast-moving storm at 50 miles per hour. It's going to be approaching fairly quickly, especially the Bern and St. Benedict areas right now are in the immediate impact zone from this possible tornado as it continues to push off to the south and east. Let me just kind of take a look at some things here behind the scenes. There is a fairly good amount of some rotation here within this storm, as we continue to mention there for you. We get that we have southeasterly winds here at the surface. That's leading into plenty of warm, moist air going flowing into this storm, and we get again that as we said, outflow coming out from it, creating that counterclockwise circulation in the most likely area of that possible tornado. Continue to push off to the southeast at around 50 miles per hour. So if you see your town within that polygon, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. So again, the safest place to be during a tornado is your basement. If you don't have a basement, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows, the center of your home, bathroom or closet. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows. No matter where you go, wear your shoes to your shelter. So again, we're tracking that possible tornado, if it is on the ground, is just now crossing the Kansas-Nebraska state line, and that's continuing to push off to the southeast. That's moving into Nemaha County at this point in time. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that storm as it continues to move into northeastern Kansas. Let's hit on some of these storms that are affecting southwest into central Kansas now. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect there as well. Allow me to get the latest information here momentarily. Let's start with the westwardmost warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Finney, northern Ford, northeastern Gray, Hodgman County, and Ness County. That severe thunderstorm warning goes to 11, with a threat for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail. Again, that storm moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. A little bit further to the east, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Pawnee and Rush counties, as well as northern Stafford County till 10:45. Storm moving to the east at 40 miles per hour, going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So you can see that cluster of storms continue to push off to the to the east, but it does look like it has been weakening over the past little while. The outflow starting to stretch out from the start to advance further out from these storms, which does lead me to believe that these storms are going to be weakening here within the next hour or two. So we're going to keep an eye on that as that continues to push off the east. But that activity will likely be weakening here probably within the next couple of hours. But the activity in northeast Kansas is not. We continue with a strong line of storms pushing southeastward out of southeast Nebraska into northern Missouri and the northeastern portions of Kansas. Again, the tornado warning is still in effect. Let's head back to the high-resolution version of StormView radar. And as we continue to monitor this, let's go ahead and take a look. There's an updated radar sweep at 10:27. Let me take a look at our rotation signature. That's updated as well. So we're watching our main area of circulation. Now looks like it is in Kansas here. That's going to be our most likely area of this tornado if it is on the ground. Let me draw that on here for you, and allow me a moment here to adjust something. So that will allow me to, okay, there we go, draw a little bit easier. That's the most likely area of that possible tornado, and it is pushing off to the south and east. So if you're in St. Benedict, Bern, Oneida, again, you need to be in shelter at this point as that storm continues to push off to the south and east. It's got a well-defined inflow notch coming into this storm, strong rotational signature on Doppler radar, and that is why we do continue with the tornado warning here across Nemaha County. The western portions of Brown County need to be taking shelter at this point in time. Also want to mention that there's a large hail threat with these storms as well. We could be looking at hail up to baseball size with this storm as it continues to push off to the south and east. So again, you need to be, tennis ball size rather. So you need to be heading to shelter. The most likely threat for some of that large hail is going to be a little bit further north where you see these pink shades. Even that white and black is where we're going to be looking at the greatest large hail potential as that storm continues to push off the south and east. So the tornado potential is going to come first, and as I mentioned earlier, it's a fast-moving storm moving off to the southeast at around 50 miles per hour. So that's affecting far northeastern Kansas at this point in time. Let me back out across northeast Kansas and show you that that line of storms is continuing to push off to the south and east. Let's take a look at the statewide view, or actually let's take a look at our watch map. We do have a tornado watch that has been issued for portions of northeast Kansas, including all of the Kansas City metro area. That goes until 1 a.m. Central Time. The threat does exist for some large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, damaging winds to 70 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes are going to be possible, and conditions are still favorable here across northeast Kansas to where we can't quite rule out a strong tornado. So again, you're going to want to be having a way to get the warnings into the overnight hours. Again, tornadoes at night are hard to spot. Let me see what our spotters are like out in the field. We do have some spotters out there, but again, even if we do have spotters out there, it's nighttime. They're relying on some lightning to sort of track the tornado if they can see it. So it's very hard to see and confirm at night. So that's why we head to Doppler radar. So we just have to trust Doppler radar at this point and need to be taking shelter, taking these warnings seriously, especially with these conditions that we have in place across northeast Kansas. You've been hearing us talking about it for the past couple of days. And with these storms continuing to move through, you're going to want to be heading to your tornado shelters. Let's head back to the radar picture and show you what's happening. Let's take a statewide view again for those who may just be joining us. We do continue with a cluster of storms across the central and southwestern portions of the state moving eastward. That could be posing a threat for mainly now looks like some damaging outflow winds, as those storms probably going to begin to collapse here over the next couple of hours. So a weather watch is not anticipated due to the isolated nature of that, but those could be again producing some gusty outflow winds. In fact, looking at the surface observation at Hayes right now, we have some gusty winds approaching 60 miles per hour, even though there's actually no storm in the area. That would be outflow from these collapsing storms. So even though there is no even though there's actually no rain or lightning in your area, we could be looking at some gusty outflow winds, and that's of course that's more of a sign that these storms are weakening and collapsing across southwestern Kansas here this evening. So that is some good news there, but the storms across northeast Kansas are going to be continuing for the next several hours, and again that tornado watch in effect here until 1 a.m. includes Kansas City. It's just northeast of Topeka, but includes St. Joseph and much of the Kansas City metro area included in that. We do continue with this tornado warning. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest and see that we still do have that strong rotational signature there west of Bern, moving off to the south and east right now. So if you're in Bern, the Oneida area, Seneca, Sabetha, Fairview, you all need to be in the shelter. The northern and central portions of Nemaha County, western portions of Brown County need to be in your tornado shelters at this point in time. Again, lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. Again, tornadoes difficult to see and spot at night. So again, this is based on Doppler radar right now. So we're going to continue to monitor that threat as it continues to push off to the south and east. New statement issued on this tornado warning. It has been canceled for Marshall County, but does continue for Brown and Nemaha counties until 10:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Bern, moving off to the south and east at 40 miles per hour. In addition to the tornado threat, we could be looking at some hail again up to baseball size now, is what the Weather Service is saying, rather than tennis ball size. Looks like some hail up to baseball size could be possible with that storm as it pushes off to the south and east, again into the northeastern portions of the state. So again, we continue to track severe weather this evening live from the Sirius Weather Lab in Wichita. Let's take a look at these storms across the southwestern portion of the state. Again, as I've mentioned earlier, they are beginning to collapse and posing more of a threat for some damaging outflow winds. The hail threat looks like it's sort of decreasing with those right now as I look at things behind the scenes. But again, yeah, it looks like the main threat's going to be some of that gusty outflow winds. Still could be looking at a little bit of a hail threat there just east or in Pawnee County with that storm, but again, looks like the main threat there is going to transition more to some damaging wind gusts as those storms continue to collapse. We do continue with the tornado warning here for in portions of northeastern Kansas. Let's get the latest on that. The tornado warning there for northwestern Brown and northern Nemaha counties till 10:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Bern, moving off to the southeast at 40 miles per hour. Baseball-sized hail could accompany that tornado threat. New updated look at the new radar sweep coming in here. Let's take a look at that and sort of dissect things now with the new sweep coming in. Take a little bit closer look, and you can see our most likely area of rotation looks like it's going to be there right around Bern, right where the Weather Service is putting it. So if you're in Bern, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this point. Again, this is a fairly fast-moving storm moving off to the southeast at around 40 to 45 miles per hour right now. That's the most likely area of the tornado, and it looks like it could be rain-wrapped if it is on the ground right now. You can see sort of that little donut hole there northwest of Bern. Let me erase that, my annotations here. And you can see sort of that little donut hole there west of Bern, then the rain wrapping around it. So if this is on the ground, it's likely going to be rain wrapped, and because it's nighttime, it's going to be hard to see in itself. So throw in this rainfall, and it's going to be hard to see if it is on the ground, which is why we probably don't have any reports of it on the ground at this point. So again, Doppler radar indicated, but it's going to be hard to see even if it were on the ground, because it's potentially rain wrapped, and it's nighttime. It's going to be hard to see. So again, based on Doppler radar, that's a fairly strong rotation signature. Continue to push off to the south and east right now across the northeastern portions of Nemaha County. So if you're in the northern portions of Nemaha County, St. Benedict, the Bern areas, all need to be in your tornado shelters. Again, the basement's the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. Again, conditions are favorable for severe weather, obviously, here across northeast Kansas. The main threat's going to be some damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, as well as some large hail. But again, conditions also favorable for if these storms can remain semi-discrete, so sort of out by themselves, which is sort of the case with this southwestwardmost storm in the line, that we could be looking at a tornado threat. And with some of the other conditions in place, the potential is there for a strong tornado within this area. So let me pull up the watch map for you, and you can see tornado watch for the county shaded in red includes portions of northeast Kansas, much of the Kansas City metro area, both on the Kansas and Missouri side until 1 a.m. The threat again exists for some hail up to 2 inches diameter, damaging winds to 70 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes. Again, potentially a strong tornado cannot be ruled out as that line continues to push off to the south and east. In fact, let me put that into motion for you here. And you can see as that continues to push off to the southeast, it could be, looks like it, based on things right now, if it doesn't back build any more to the west, probably should put that up there for you. If it doesn't back build to the west any further, it looks like it could remain just northeast of Topeka and Lawrence, but still would potentially impact the Kansas City metro area probably after midnight to 1 a.m. tonight. So we're going to have to keep an eye on things as that line of storms continues to push off to the south and the southeast across northeast Kansas. So that's an updated radar sweep. Again, that's a strong rotational signature there right around the Bern area. If you're in Bern, you need to be in your tornado shelters at this point. Again, it continues to push off to the south and east. And as we take a look at the reflectivity within this, it's likely going to be rain wrapped. No really good vantage point to see this tornado if it were on the ground, and it's nighttime. Again, as I mentioned, it's going to be hard to see anyway. So based on Doppler radar, this tornado warning is going to continue. This goes again until 10:45, so we do have another 5 minutes left on the tornado warning, and we'll see if the Weather Service will issue a new warning here shortly. That will be up to the National Weather Service there in Topeka, so we'll continue to keep an eye on it, as will they. Let's head back to southwest Kansas and show you what's happening with the storms there. They are collapsing now. As you can see, let's put it into motion over the past 4 hours. You can see some of the brighter shades of red, pink, even into the white, how those are sort of dissipated now. That's a sign that the storms are weakening, and you can see sort of, let's actually put this into motion. You can see, watch this line around Dodge City over the past few moments push southward. That's the outflow from these storms. So Dodge City likely getting in fact, looking at surface observations on another computer here behind the scenes, that does look like it is the case. We also had some reports of some blowing dust, lower visibilities, and some gusty winds approaching 60 miles per hour in the Hayes area due to these collapsing storms as well. So outflow both on the southern side and northern side of these collapsing storms, and that looks like it's going to be their main threat with that activity as we continue on here into the next couple of hours before that activity would diminish as it moves on into central Kansas. We do continuous severe thunderstorm warnings on those cells. In fact, a new one just being issued for Pawnee and Stafford counties until 11:30. A severe thunderstorm near Larned, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some quarter-sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning there for Barton County until 11:45, with the threat for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-sized hail. So again, the hail not reaching severe limits, but the winds are. So like I mentioned, the main threat here is going to be some damaging winds with these storms as they continue to collapse. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Pawnee, Rush, and northern Stafford counties until 10:45. Severe thunderstorm near Frizzell, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour, is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail. Then the westwardmost warning, that is for northern Ford, Hodgman, and Ness counties until 11. Severe thunderstorm moving to the east at 35 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. Let's head back to northeast Kansas to see if we have an updated sweep of the radar, and we do not at this point. But we do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for Brown and Nemaha counties until 11:30. At 10:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Bern, moving off to the southeast at 35 miles per hour. If you're, looks like this possible tornado is going to be impacting Sabetha around 10:55, so about another 10 minutes or so. Fairview and Morrill by around 11 o'clock. Hamlin around 11:03. Hiawatha and Powhatan around 11:15. And Willis around 11:25, and then Robinson around 11:30. So again, a new tornado warning has just been issued. Let me see if this has the updated polygon, and it does not. We'll allow for that to pop up here momentarily. But again, a new tornado warning has been issued there for that storm as it continues to push off to the south and east. So again, if you're, especially if you're in Sabetha right now, here's our updated sweep of the radar. It does look like the most likely location of that possible tornado there is going to be just around and southeast of Bern at this point in time. So right within that region, just south and east of Bern. But again, it looks like if that is where the tornado is going to be, it's going to be rain wrapped. So you're not going to be able to see it. Plus, it's nighttime, so you're not going to be able to. There's a good chance you're not going to be able to see this tornado if it is on the ground. So this warning, though it is based on Doppler radar, we may not be getting any tornado reports just because we can't see it because it's nighttime, and it may potentially be rain wrapped. But we do have spotters out there in the field on this storm right now that are continuing to track it. We'll continue to keep an eye on it as well. Just looking at some of our behind the scenes information here. So again, let's sort of focus in on the new polygon of this new tornado warning. So you can see Bern is still included within this warning. The Oneida area, Sabetha, Morrill and Fairview now included. Down toward Hiawatha, Powhatan, Willis, and Robinson, all those locations I just mentioned earlier, now under this tornado warning as it continues to push off to the south and east. The potential does exist for that tornado and that storm moving off to the south and east here. Let me get the latest. That is moving off to the southeast at 35 miles per hour. So again, that's going to be around Sabetha at 10:55, Fairview and Morrill by 11, Hamlin around 11:05, Hiawatha and Powhatan around 11:15, Willis around 11:25 if this continues, if that rotation continues until then, and then Robinson potentially around 11:30 p.m. Let's take a statewide view and show you that we're continuing to track those collapsing storms across portions of southwest into central Kansas. Again, gusty outflow winds going to begin to be the main threat, with the threat for hail beginning to lower there with those storms, and this line of storms through southeast Nebraska into northeast Kansas is going to continue here for the next couple of hours and it does look like this potential will continue for this tornado threat. But you can see how we are. I do actually want to look at something here a little bit closer, where these storms are actually beginning to converge together. We're in a bad spot on the radar. I'll do that behind the scenes here. Allow me to switch over here. Let's see. Awaiting a new radar update here. While I look at something here behind the scenes, I want to... Yeah, looks like that. Looks like this storm here... I was checking for something further up here, but it does look like this... the one with the tornado warning here does remain our most imminent threat. But as these lines begin to push together... let me put this up at the current time. That's frozen, so let's head back to here. As these two lines sort of begin to merge together, the threat may become more for some damaging winds. Though this storm is more on the southwestern side of this line, that tornado potential could continue here over the next little while. If you're just joining us, we do have a tornado warning in effect in the northeastern portions of the state. Let me back out and kind of show you a perspective where we're at. We're in the far northeastern portions of Kansas right now, and a tornado warning it remains in effect here for Brown and northeastern Nemaha counties until 11:30. A severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado near the town of Bern, and it's moving off to the south and east, but it is nighttime, and this tornado is potentially rain-wrapped, so it's going to be hard to see, which is maybe one of the reasons why we're not getting any sort of tornado reports with this. But as I circle on the most likely location of that tornado and overlay our reflectivity there, you can see it's likely going to be rain-wrapped. The circle area that I drew is covered up with the shades of red, which would be the heavy rainfall. So this likely, if it's on the ground, it's going to be a rain-wrapped tornado, and it's nighttime, so again, it's going to be hard to see if it is on the ground, and that does continue to move off to the south and east. So that puts Sabetha right in the path of this tornado. If it's on the ground, you need to definitely be in your tornado shelters at this point. Oneida as well. Bern also need to remain in your tornado shelters, and further downstream toward Fairview, Powhatan, Hiawatha, and Willis all need to be in your tornado shelters at this point as this storm continues to move off to the south and east toward your locations. Again, moving off the southeast at around 35 miles per hour. A hail threat in addition to these storms up to baseball size. You can see that's going to be most likely there just east of Sabetha, where you see those shades of white and black on the radar. So you're likely also going to be getting in on some very large damaging hail with this storm. And let me take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning on this. I haven't actually taken too good of a look at. We are looking at some 70-mile-per-hour winds, general thunderstorm winds with this as well, so that could sort of make this hail wind-driven, which means it wouldn't fall straight from the sky to the ground vertically. It could be a little bit more sort of, not horizontal to say, but sort of skewed to where it could be wind-driven and hitting into the sides of houses and buildings. So that could be another factor here, in addition to the potential tornado threat, is that threat for some very large damaging hail, perhaps wind-driven hail, as it continues to push off to the south and east. Let me take a look at something here and see our dual polarization radar. what that is showing us. So you can see sort of these lower values in here. That would suggest where we'd expect the larger hail threat, and that's where that's matching up fairly nicely with our higher reflectivity values of their east of Sabetha, moving off to the south and east. So again, very large hail threat going to exist as well. Updated sweep of the radar here just coming in. Does look like we could potentially be looking at two areas of rotation now. We were talking about that one earlier south and east of Bern. Here's our last sweep, the one south and east of Bern, but it looks like a new one may potentially be developing here around Fairview, and that's what I've been noticing here behind the scenes. I'm looking on our other computer. I have a little bit more products pulled up. It looks like a potentially new circulation could be developing here west of Fairview. Let me get in a little bit closer for you and kind of detail this a little bit more. Let me sort of circle these areas and kind of give you a better idea what I'm talking about. This is sort of that circulation that we were watching, and then here's here's sort of a new circulation that we're kind of watching here develop there just west of Fairview. And you can see that's going to be right there within that notch of inflow. So there could potentially be two areas that we're watching now with the potential for some tornadoes as this storm continues to push off the south and east. So that's why we say here, if you're anywhere within this polygon, you need to be taking shelter because these storms can wobble. But we can also see these new circulations pop up. So even though when I draw these circles on here, and you may don't just think that you take cover if you're in or close to that circle. If you're within this red shaded or red outlined polygon, that's where you need to be taking shelter, because it could be anywhere within there that these storms could veer off and you could potentially be impacted, or we could see new circulations like we're seeing potentially right now that could produce new tornadoes. So again, Fairview, you could potentially be impacted by new circulation here within the next few moments. Sabetha as well, and still watching that one there to the south of Bern that we're going to need to keep an eye on as well. So Oneida, Bern, Sabetha, Fairview, all in the immediate impact zones. Morrill, you're looking at a threat right now for mainly some hail at this point, but you still do need to remain in your tornado shelters. And then further downstream toward Powhatan, Hiawatha, Willis, and Robinson, you all need to be taking your tornado precautions at this point in time as this storm continues to push off to the south and east. Again, this one circulation currently right along US 36, the southernmost circulation right around the intersection of US 36 and US 75 highways along the Nemaha and Brown County line. Again, continue to push off to the south and east. And the other one, circulation a few miles north of Oneida, as this cell again continues to push off the southeast at around 35 miles per hour. We're going to have to continue to keep an eye on these on the storm carefully as it moves off into portions of northeast Kansas. I'm going to have to restart the radar program here to get our statewide view going on, but we are tracking some collapsing storms in the southwestern portion of the state as well. Mainly a threat there for some damaging winds and hail, or excuse me, mainly for some damaging winds as they continue to collapse. We'll take a look at those more here in just a moment, but right now we are tracking a tornado watch that is in effect for the northeastern portions of the state, including all of the Kansas City metro area. It's just northeast of Topeka and Lawrence. It does include areas like St. Joseph, also included within that watch area, far northeast Kansas. The main threats here are going to be some large hail up to 2 inches diameter, perhaps a little bit larger, and some damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. Again, that isolated tornado threat, and conditions are still prime across northeast Kansas to support the potential for a strong tornado with any storms that can sort of remain out by themselves away from this line. But I've got our statewide view of the radar back. Let me load up some frames there, but and kind of show you what we're expecting here over the next few hours. But again, through 1 a.m., the potential does exist for severe weather to continue there, especially across northeast Kansas within the watch area. If you are in the watch area, excuse me there, let me get a... If you are there within the watch area, you need to have a way to get warnings overnight. This is going to be an overnight threat here, continuing through the next couple of hours. You need to have a battery-powered NOAA weather radio. That's your best bet. If you don't have that, you need to have a way to get some text alerts, mobile text alerts. Sign up for them on your local television station. They usually have some to get warnings through the overnight hours. You cannot rely on tornado sirens. If the power goes out, they're not going to sound, and those are designed for outdoor warning use only. They're not designed for you to hear them inside of your house. So again, the northeastern portions of Kansas under tornado watch till 1 a.m. Statewide view of the radar. If you're just joining us, we continue to track a small cluster of storms across southwest Kansas. That activity is collapsing and posing now mainly a risk for some damaging winds, damaging outflow winds from these storms. If we take a look to northeast Kansas into the northwestern portions of Missouri right now, we are also tracking this line of storms. You can see, notice here we had this little line pushing southward, and then we had this cell move a little bit more rapidly, and these are sort of combining now, and there is the potential that over the next hour that these storms could begin to pose more of a risk for some damaging winds as they continue to combine together. That's just something that we're going to have to watch and see if it unfolds. But if we take a look further up here into central Nebraska, around Grand Island, just north of Hastings, there's another line of storms that's pushing southeastward. That could potentially impact northeast Kansas once again later tonight after this watch is expired. So we're going to have to continue to just monitor things carefully as this line of storms continues to push off to the south and east. Again, conditions favorable for the development of possible tornadoes, some of which could be strong given conditions here across northeast Kansas. So again, that's why I stressed you need to have a way to get the warnings here into the overnight hours. Let's take a closer look at this storm once again in northeast Kansas. Let me back out the view and just show you once again where we are. We're in the extreme northeastern corner of the state. Again, there's that line of storms that we just looked at, and the southwestern portion of that line has this tornado warning right now. The tornado warning there for the northeastern portions of Nemaha and much of Brown County. That goes until 11:30. The storm continues to push off the southeast at 35 miles per hour. This radar sweep's about 5 minutes old. We should be getting in a new one here shortly. I'd say let me look back here a few frames. Our rotation doesn't look quite as defined as it was earlier, but if I had to say the best area possible tornado is going to be here with that new circulation that we were talking about, somewhere within the vicinity of Fairview, and then perhaps further up toward the Oneida area, or excuse me, toward the Oneida area. But within the past few scans, it does look like the threat may have weakened. But again, the can sort of cycle, and we could be looking at a tornado threat. Then the kind of goes away for a few scans, and then it comes back. So again, we're going to continue with the tornado warning. It does remain in effect here. That goes until 11:30, so about another half hour left to go on this tornado warning. We'll continue to watch it carefully. In fact, there's a new sweep of the radar, and that may give us a little bit better of a clue. And there's that sort of circulation coming back again around Fairview. So like I said, we can't just rely on one scan of the radar to call it on something. We have to sort of see how it progresses over several scans, but it looks like that's going to be the most likely location of this possible tornado if it is on the ground. The earlier circulation across the northeastern portions of Nemaha County looks like it has weakened, so I'd say now that the greatest potential for a possible tornado is going to be within the vicinity of Fairview, where you can see we sort of get that inflow notch coming in there. around in the vicinity of Fairview. So definitely, if you're in Fairview, you need to be in your tornado shelters. Powhatan, if you're not in your shelter, now is the time as the circulation is beginning to get closer to you, as well as Hiawatha. You're likely getting in on some very large hail, perhaps up to baseball size right now, as that's continuing to push through the central portions of Brown County. The tornado warning does continue at this point for the northeastern portions of Nemaha County. Again, it does look like that earlier notch there in the northeastern portions of Nemaha County has sort of weakened, but the tornado warning does continue at this point, so I wouldn't give the all clear just yet. You need to continue to remain in your tornado shelters if you're in the northeastern portions of Nemaha County. So let's review what you need to do if you are find yourself under a tornado warning here tonight. Again, you need to head to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. The best place to be is a basement if you don't have a basement. Again, lowest level of your home, away from windows, preferably the center of your home, and you need to probably get into the closet or bathroom if you don't have a basement. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows, and no matter where you take shelter, you need to wear your shoes to your shelter in case this is a tornado that does cause damage. But again, we have not had any reports of confirmed tornadoes on the ground, but again, it's nighttime. These tornadoes are going to be hard to see at night, and there is the potential that it could be at least with that earlier notch rain wrapped. This one may be a little bit rain wrapped as well in the vicinity of Fairview. So again, that's what we're continuing to monitor right now, and of course the threat is going to continue here through the next few hours across northeast Kansas with the potential for tornadoes, so you need to have a way to get the latest warnings here into the overnight hours. Putting it into motion, you can see it continues with its southeasterly track, and we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this line that has been issued. Let me detail that for you. It is still well north of the Kansas City metro area, but it does include areas like Atchison and Effingham now towards St. Joseph and Troy. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Atchison, Donovan, and western Buchanan counties, and our Missouri coverage counties, northwestern Platte County in Missouri, until midnight Central Time. Severe thunderstorm moving to the southeast. It's going to be capable of some tennis ball sized hail and some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this cluster storms continue to push off to the south and east. Going to continue with that threat for some large hail and some damaging winds. Just got in a report here from 2 miles northeast of Seneca in Nemaha County. Estimated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Power was reported out in Seneca, so there's Seneca right there on the map for you. In fact, that report is popping up there near Seneca. So again, these storms packing a punch with some damaging winds. Again, power outages are possible, which is why if you need to have a way to get warnings overnight tonight, you need to have a battery-powered NOAA weather radio. If it's just plugged into the wall and the power goes out, there goes your warning source. So a battery-powered NOAA weather radio or a mobile text alert system. You can't rely on tornado sirens because if the power goes out, those aren't going to work either. So again, you need to have a way to get the latest warnings here overnight tonight across northeast Kansas. The tornado warning has been canceled for Nemaha County, so let's come back into that storm. So that means the Oneida, the Seneca, St. Benedict, and Bern areas, you're safe to come out of your shelters now. The all clear. Again, looks like now the greatest potential of circulation and the possible tornado is going to be there right around the vicinity of Powhatan now. Continue to push off to the south and east. Let me draw this up here for you, and it's just going to be somewhere within that region that we could be looking at this possible tornado as it continues to track off to the south and east along the southern portions of this warning. So Powhatan and Willis, you're under the the most likely locations that will be in the path of this potential tornado. Hiawatha, Robinson, you're still included within this warning, as well as Fairview. You all do need to remain in your tornado shelters in case this does decide to veer off a little bit further to the north. But again, conditions here at least favor that would probably veer more off to the south and east. But you do need to remain in your tornado shelters at least until the warning is trimmed down or expires for your location. So again, as we put that overlay the reflectivity values, again you can see we have that inflow notch coming in to the storm and that counterclockwise circulation right around the Powhatan area, and that is the most likely location of that possible tornado. They're continuing to move off to the south and east. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on that carefully. Again, that tornado warning continues until 11:30. Let's move to central Kansas and take a look at these storms. Again, as I continue to mention, they will be weakening, and they really are at this point. Probably have another hour or so left to go before they are really done. At this point, it just looks like it's going to be damaging outflow winds, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour over the short term as these storms continue to move eastward. The hail threat looks like it's going to be below severe limits with these storms for the rest of the night, and they are continuing to push eastward here. But again, it could be looking at some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour in the short term, and those winds will sort of diminish below severe limits, probably around 45 to 55 miles per hour as those storms continue to collapse. And some blowing dust could be a problem. In fact, taking a look at surface observations, we're seeing blowing dust reported in Hayes, Russell, and Great Bend right now with those storms, and we're actually getting temperatures actually warming up as that air sort of sinks and heats up as it pushes down to the surface. Temperature 92 right now in Russell and 88 in Hayes due to those the outflow from those storms. So that's what we're watching there. Could be kicking up the dust there through central Kansas over the next little while. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. No any sort of watches there. It's across northeast Kansas though that we do continue with a tornado watch. That goes until 1 a.m. Central Time. Again, the potential exists for some large hail, damaging winds, perhaps a few tornadoes. We're going to take a short break from coverage, and we'll continue to update as needed as more information becomes available. check. Okay, so we do continue with this tornado warning here for. Let me pull up the radar here behind the scenes. We do continue with this tornado warning here for Brown County. It goes until 11:30, so another 10 minutes left on it. Let's take a closer look at this right now and show you that we are looking at the most likely location of the possible tornado there. Now within the Willis area, east of Powhatan, moving off to the southeast still. So Willis most definitely needs to be in shelter at this point, as well as Robinson. That continues to push off to the south and east. So we're going to see, probably going to be looking at a new tornado warning here within the next 10 minutes for areas further east. So Everest, Denton, Severance, potentially. You could be under the gun for this possible tornado as it continues to push off to south and east. Robinson, you need to be in your shelters as well. This storm continues to move off to the south and east at around 35 miles per hour. Let me erase that and let's head to southwest Kansas right now. You can see collapsing storms continue to provide gusty outflow winds. Up to 55 miles per hour, up to 60 miles per hour around Great Bend, northern Stafford County, into Pawnee County right now. But we're likely going to see those begin to drop a little bit more. And we could still be looking at some gusty outflow winds. In fact, a high wind warning in effect here for portions of central Kansas due to some non-thunderstorm wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour because of the outflow from these storms and blowing dust, reduced visibilities, going to be leading to that here probably through at least midnight, perhaps up to 1 a.m. or so. So again, we're continuing to track that as well as that line moving here into northeast Kansas. So the strong rotational signature here is around the Willis area, northwest of Everest. Continue to push off to the south and east right now. Probably going to see a new tornado warning issued here momentarily, so we will await that here. And just got a new tornado warning for Brown County until midnight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Willis, moving off to the southeast at 30 miles per hour. Let's see if we have an updated radar scan here. Yeah, and it still looks like we have some strong rotation here in the vicinity of Willis, pushing off to the southeast. If this tornado is on the ground, it's likely going to be rain wrapped at this point, northwest of Everest, and again within the vicinity of Willis. In fact, let me go ahead and draw a little bit more of a broad area there, and that's pushing off to the south and east right now. So again, new tornado warning until midnight for Brown County. That polygon should be popping up there momentarily, but again, as we take a look at it, if this is on the ground, it's likely going to be rain wrapped and hard to see. So that's why we haven't had any ground reports, but I've been seeing some things that say that we may have a wall cloud and a report here that there may possibly be a home destroyed near Bern, where this storm was earlier. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this, but again, at this point, Doppler radar is indicating very strong rotation and this possible tornado on the ground here across southeastern Brown County. Again, tornado warning continues here until midnight tonight. Let me take a look. Just got something new in here from the Storm Prediction Center. And that looks like that'll stay off to our east. So, statewide view, let me erase this. statewide view, again, these collapsing storms going to continue to lead to some gusty outflow winds. And just got a new tornado warning here for Atchison and Donovan counties until 12 a.m. till midnight. That's for that same storm they were talking about across Brown County that's continuing to push off south and east. That will they're looking at that tornado threat. Let's head back to that storm here, and this is about to move toward the Kansas City area. I'll keep it on Topeka's site here for a little bit longer, but again, as we take a look at this storm right now, again, strong rotational signature there west of Denton, moving off to south and east around Everest and Huron. So again, if you're in any of those locations, you need to be heading to your tornado shelters at this point in time. Again, basement is the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, get the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. Get in the center of your home, into a bathroom or a closet, and to protect yourself from flying debris. Again, cover yourself with blankets and pillows no matter where you go. Wear your shoes to your shelter. A tornado watch does remain in effect here across northeast Kansas until 1 a.m., including Kansas City, so we still do have another hour and a half or so for this severe potential to continue across Kansas before it does look like it may move off to our south and east. But there is, let me show you the radar site here, or let me show you the radar picture, and you can see across south central Nebraska, even into portions of southeast Nebraska right now, that line from around Grand Island through Lincoln is pushing southeastward. That could potentially move through northeast Kansas after the watch currently in place across northeast Kansas expires. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on things as these storms continue to push off the south and east. But again, storms through southwest into central Kansas are continuing to collapse, and they're likely not going to pose any risk of severe weather. However, gusty outflow winds are going to be continuing here through at least the next half hour, perhaps as late as 1 a.m., and a high wind warning has been issued for central Kansas here from Hayes, Russell, Great Bend on up toward Lincoln. Blowing dust is continuing in some of those areas. Visibility in Hayes right now is down to 5 miles, and we're continuing to see gusts up to around 50 miles per hour in Hayes with these collapsing storms. Heat bursts possible as well. It looks like we had one move through, a weaker one move through the Hayes and Russell areas. In fact, that's still impacting Russell right now, where it's 93 compared to the low to mid 80s surrounding Russell. So again, that's what we're watching there. But again, looks like the severe threat is waning with that cluster of storms there across southwest into central Kansas. The main threat in the short term is here across northeast Kansas into northwest Missouri. Again, this line of storms continue to push off to the south and east. We do continue with that tornado threat on the southwesternmost portion of this line in far northeastern Kansas. Let's head back to that storm right now, and let me let's come back here and show you that we do have these tornado warnings that are in effect. One is for the southeastern portions of Brown County. The other one, the most recent one, for northern Atchison and southern Donovan counties here. Let's take a look at the rotation within this storm and get in a little bit closer of a view on it right now. It's sort of a broad area of rotation here, so let me kind of circle that on there for you. It could be potentially anywhere within this region that we could be looking at the possible tornado. So Willis, Everest, the Huron areas, you're all in the immediate impact zone. In fact, there's an updated radar sweep, so let's kind of adjust things here and dissect things with the latest information. But again, it looks like our most likely location of this tornado, if it's on the ground, is going to be west of Denton from Everest to Huron. We haven't had any confirmed reports of tornadoes. However, watching things behind the scenes, it does look like we may have had some unconfirmed reports of this tornado touching down and causing damage that may be more of the damaging outflow winds with this storm, because they are getting up there to 70, perhaps 80 miles per hour. But again, it's nighttime, and we do have spotters out in the field, but it's going to be hard for them to see this storm as it continues to push off to the south and east. So Everest, Huron, all need to be in your tornado shelters right now. You're in the immediate impact zone. And as it continues to push off to the south and east, Lancaster, toward Donovan, and Atchison, you will be next under the gun for this possible tornado. This storm did earlier move through the town of Bern. WIBW-TV in Topeka saying unconfirmed reviewer report of 2 barns taken out, uprooted trees, and siding off of a home 1 mile southwest of the town of Bern. So we may have some unconfirmed, or we may have some possible damage when this storm moved through the Bern area earlier tonight. So it may have a history of producing some tornadoes. And at this point, the rotational signature right now is stronger than what it was when it moved through Bern. So again, that's continuing to push off to the south and east. You need to be taking shelter. Let me see. We're sort of getting in a bad spot on the radar there. Let me see if I can switch on over now to the Kansas City radar site and see if we can get a little bit better of a view of that storm as it continues to move off to the south and east right now. And we'll allow that to load. Let's take a statewide view and show you what's happening again. Dying cluster storms through southwest Kansas. One line getting ready to, or continue to move through northeast Kansas with that tornado threat. And the other line across south central, southeast Nebraska, pushing southeastward. I think that's going to be impacting Kansas too here again within the next couple of hours. So that's something we're going to have to continue to watch. For the time being, a tornado watch is in effect until 1 a.m. for portions of northeastern Kansas, and due to that threat force, that line moving through with the threat for some damaging winds, large hail, and that tornado potential continuing here. So taking a look here on the Kansas City radar site, not any better. We're still in a bad spot on the radar there, so I'll switch back to Topeka for the time being. But again, this line of storms continues to push off to the south and east, and the most likely location of that possible tornado here is sort of within this broad area around Everest to Huron, around Denton, moving off to the south and east. So if you're anywhere within this polygon, this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter at this point in time. That includes Denton, Huron, Everest, back toward Willis, and down toward Lancaster, Atchison, and the town of Donovan. And in fact, there's an updated radar sweep. I want to go ahead and see if we have any sort of debris signature with this. Sort of hard to tell at this point, but definitely some good rotation here, a strong rotation signature. They're now, as we get the updated radar sweep, southwest of Benton, near the Huron area. Kind of redraw that there. We're kind of in a bad spot on the radar here to be looking at the rotation, but again, basing that up there with the reflectivities, and that looks like it's the most likely location. If that tornado is on the ground, it's going to be around the Huron and Denton areas, moving off to the south and east toward Donovan and Atchison right now. So again, you need to be in your tornado shelters. Again, in the basement is the safest place to be. If you don't have a basement, get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. We'll continue to keep an eye on things. And we do continue with this tornado warning here across northeastern Kansas. It is continuing here for southwestern Donovan and north central Atchison counties until midnight, so another 6 minutes left to go on it. Let's take a look at the rotation within this storm right now, and again, still sort of a big area that we could be looking at the possible tornado west of Donovan, north of Lancaster. Pretty much anywhere within this warning polygon is where we could be looking at the most likely location of that tornado moving eastward. We had an unconfirmed report of the tornado 3 miles southwest of Denton. That was at 11:38 p.m. in Donovan County. So this storm continued to push off to the south and east. Right now we're going to keep a close eye on it carefully, but immediately, most immediately, Atchison, Donovan need to be in your shelters, and within the next 5 minutes we'll see if the National Weather Service will issue a new tornado warning for areas east. But that would be moving into Missouri here, out of our area, but it's the southern extent of the warning still could possibly include some of these counties in Kansas, so we'll keep an eye on it here. So just another couple minutes and we should find out what the Weather Service will do regarding this tornado warning. And the tornado warning will be allowed to expire, and I'm looking at things behind the scenes, and it does look like that the rotation has weakened within this storm now, so the tornado threat has, for the time being, diminished with this storm. So this main threats now look like there are going to be some damaging winds and some hail as this line of storms continues to push off to the south and east over the next little while. We'll also be watching this line up across southeastern Nebraska and see what it does here over the next little while. The new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued does not include any of our counties in our coverage area. So we do continue with a tornado watch across northeast Kansas until 1 a.m. Again, with that line further up into Nebraska, we'll see if they will issue a new watch or not across northeast Kansas. But that's just something that we'll have to continue to keep an eye on. Again, we're getting reports when that in fact, just getting a report now of 3 miles west of Denton, a grain bin and outbuilding were blown onto a road. Again, it's nighttime, so it's going to be hard to tell whether that was actually from straight line wind damage or if that was from a possible tornado. But again, we're going to continue to see the severe threat continue across northeast Kansas. Nonetheless, through the next couple of hours, we'll continue to keep you updated with live updates as needed right here on SiriusWX.net. And good evening, everyone. We do continue to track severe weather across the far northeastern portions of the state right now. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect. That's where we're looking at our most imminent threat for some severe weather. Let's take a closer look at this storms as they continue to push southeastward. Let me back out the view and sort of give you an idea as to where we are. We're in the far northeastern portion of Kansas. Let's start out with this westernmost warning. It includes Atchison. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Atchison County, south central Donovan County, southwestern Buchanan County, and northwestern Platte County in Missouri. That goes until 12:30 a.m. Central Time. The threat there is going to exist for some golf ball sized hail and damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour with those storms as they continue to push off to the south and east. The storms have formed into a line, and we do have a severe thunderstorm warning further east of that, including the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area, Buchanan County, well, that would be Missouri, Clay County and Clay and Platte counties, two of our Missouri coverage counties, are included within this warning. So this is potentially the line, if it continues to push off in its current direction, could be affecting the northern, at least the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area here within the next little while. Attention is turning here to southeastern Nebraska right now. This line of storms getting ready to push into northeastern Kansas as well. We have been noting some rotation here with some of these storms across southeast Nebraska as well, pushing into northeast Kansas. So we are going to need to be watching those carefully as well. So we're not out of the woods yet. We do have a tornado watch that's in effect for another 40 minutes until 1 a.m. Central Time for northeast Kansas. And now if these storms out of southeast Nebraska continue to push off to the south and east, we could see the watch, a new watch issued potentially. We'll just have to see how that goes here over the next little while. But the key thing here is that you're going to need to have a way to get the warnings into the overnight hours, as these storms are going to continue through the next several hours and could pose a risk for tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging wind gusts as they continue to push off to the south and east. The earlier storms that we saw across southwest Kansas have pretty well died out now. Just a few showers left west of Hutchinson in Reno County and into the southern portions of Rice County, western portions of McPherson County. And outflow from those storms has continued, but it looks like the blowing dust has settled a little bit in haze based off the surface observations, and that threat is going to be diminishing as well. We have a high wind warning in effect for the Hayes area, Russell, Great Bend, just to name a few of those locations there, where we had some high wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. We had a 66 mile per hour wind gust reported earlier near Russell. But again, those winds look like they're going to begin to die down and return to normal here within the next 40 minutes or so as well. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue with live streaming radar and periodic updates as needed right here on SiriusWX.net. evening, we continue to track some severe weather across the northeastern portions of Kansas tonight. We are tracking some one line of storms getting ready to push into the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area. Let's take a look at that, and as we do, you can see that it is pushing southward here. Could be affecting the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area here shortly. The main risk here looks like it's going to be the threat for some damaging winds. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that does include two of our counties in Missouri. That is Platte and Clay counties until 1 a.m. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds and hail to penny size going to be possible with that line of storms, as it could potentially be affecting the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for the northern portions of Marshall County, northern Nemaha County, and northeastern Washington counties until 1:30 a.m. Severe thunderstorms along the line, a line of severe storms pushing off to the southeast at 45 miles per hour, going to be capable of some wind gusts to 70 miles per hour and some quarter-sized hail. So that could be affecting the Marysville, Axtell, and Seneca areas, and back up toward Bern, where we have had some reports of some damage from the earlier storms that moved through during the 10 o'clock hour tonight. So another round of storms moving through, and the tornado watch that's in effect here across northeast Kansas goes until 1 a.m. In fact, we just had a new watch issued. Let me get the details on that. A severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for Atchison, Brown, Donovan, Jackson, Jefferson, Johnson, Leavenworth, Marshall, Nemaha, and Wyandotte counties until 5 a.m. Central Time Wednesday. So again, that's what we're looking at there. We'll work on getting the details on that for you here later on, and so we'll continue to work to get that posted and up for you. But yeah, this line of storms moving through the Kansas City metro area here over the next little while, and then this other line of storms across southeastern Nebraska and the northwestern Missouri is going to push southeastern as well through the northwestern portions, through the northeastern portions of Kansas. And in fact, this pretty much just replaces the tornado watch that's in effect here. Let me show you the radar here. This pretty much just replaces the tornado watch that was in effect across the northeastern portions of Kansas. So now northeast Kansas under a severe thunderstorm watch that now goes until 5 a.m. Central Time, with this new line that's beginning to move through, and this watch does replace the tornado watch that was previously in place until 1 a.m. So again, severe thunderstorm watch across northeast Kansas until 5 a.m. now. Main threat is going to be for some damaging winds and some large hail continuing with that line of storms moving out of southeast Nebraska. Still can't quite rule out an isolated tornado or two spinning up within that line. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue the live streaming radar and periodic updates as needed.